Sorry for the little delay this evening. The heat set us back an hour, of course, and then I had some problem with PA system because I wasn't smart enough to make it work. And we are very fortunate here in Monroe County. We have the Wilson family, tremendous family. They give tons of time to this fair. And I would like to ask now if everyone would please rise, remove your hats, and the Wilson family is going to sing our national anthem.
Oh, sing, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Tremendous family.
Would you like me to write down who's with me? Would you like me to write down?
Yeah, let me get squared away here.
Ready? Ready?
You got them all here? We are going to start our evening with our Home Farm Born. Home Farm Born will be our first class. Should have 7 entries in the class. 7 entries in the class. These 4-Hers raised their sheep at home, and these animals were born at their home. Our entries are Braden Hudoff, Alexandria Hall, Owen Hutchinson, Maylee Hutchinson, Josie Baines, Brantley Plunkett, and Leona Fair. 7 entries in the class, and your class is complete.
Can you call for the next 3 classes?
Class 2, Dorsey Lamb. Class 3, Hampshire Lamb. Class 4, we need you in Makeup Arena. Classes 2, 3, and 4, we need you in Makeup Arena this time, please.
Hey, try it again. I don't think you're on in the barn.
Attention in the barn, can you hear me now? I need classes 2, 3, and 4. Classes 2, 3, and 4. You should be in Makeup Arena this time, please. This is just first set, right? You place all the way through.
I think he places all the way through.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you might as well just rip it at that point.
Well, excited to be here with you guys tonight and get to work through your livestock, but more importantly, I get to interact with the young kids. I told someone earlier, I feel like the last 10 years, Indiana's kind of become a second home for the amount of times that I end up north sorting shows, and there's a reason I keep saying yes. And I think the fact that we start the day out with some homegrown sheep is a really cool thing for me, because I know whenever I was doing this, starting out, we were trying to piece them together. It's a tough task. There's no way around it. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of money. So the thing that I would tell the 7 of you is understand where you're coming from, because I've been there. My deal is the fact that we've got 7 ewes out here that represent quality is the thing that's exciting to me. Take them home, make breeding decisions, and see how these things kind of enhance your flock moving forward. You know, for me as a show judge, I got to get out here and sort them and kind of prioritize where I want to land. And I'll be very frank, the young ladies, you up front, as soon as she walked in, I said, hey, let's work the rest down. That sheep's got immense quality, you know, in terms of what I like. That sheep's got the right kind of look, right kind of build and skeleton. I think in this class in particular, where she handles herself the best is in motion in terms of top line and hind leg. It also doesn't hurt that of the 7 out here, she is by some margin the freshest to the touch, just the grooviest step high, the biggest from behind. That's a really good way to kick things off. I think from there, depending on who's in here, you can jumble these things up quite a bit because, like I said, different person, different perspective. For me, I think Gentleman's Ewe is the one that fits me next. I think just fundamentals of that sheep, especially compared to 3 and 4, we just mentioned structural quality and how these things move. That's why this ewe has to be second for me. I think the bend of her hip and hind leg is just more attractive. It's more athletic than what we find in 3 and 4. And yet her rib cage is round. Her lower body's good. She reads like a brood ewe in the making. You know, where does she get beat compared to a class winner? Probably isn't just as crazy up front in terms of neck set, in terms of shoulder blade and chest. But a sheep, to me, like I said, fundamentals are right. Take that thing home, get her bred. Let's see what happens, because I do think there's a lot of breeding value in that sheep. Downer's going to wind up third. And, you know, I think initially you walk out here and say, hey, man, that is a really broody kind of female that's soft. She's practical. She's heavy structured. She balances good enough from the side. I guess where I probably get the pickiest today is 2 areas. Number 1, she's kind of pushing the limits for a guy like me just in terms of cover. She's probably a little past 12 o'clock. The other big issue for me, and the reason I don't slide her up into 2, is when we put that sheep in motion, top line goes up, just don't read her hind leg is comfortable. Like I said, fundamentals are right in terms of body shape and some density. Need to trim her up, make her hind leg go a little better. From there, we go to the gentleman's Suffolk appearing ewe we've got there in 4. I tell you, she's the exact opposite of what we just talked. That thing is so massive when you get up high, just in terms of her back, her pin bones, and just the shape to her stifle. I still think that's a sheep that in terms of length of neck, I like. Compared to the downer, she is better in terms of her composition. For me, though, I need to get that sheep out and make her go better in motion. She wants to kind of drive her spine up, drop her tail head, and get her hind leg up underneath her. Just from a fundamental down low is where I would fix this one. I like the ewe lamb that comes out next from the side. That's an attractive, that's a good balanced one that's got some proportion, some skeletal quality. I still think with that, is there enough? I guess that's the biggest question for me. Don't read that one just as bold in her body shape, just as stout from behind. Got to power her up because I do think her skeleton paints an awfully interesting picture. Kind of the south down that comes out next. I like a lot of things about this sheep just in terms of height of shoulder, shape of chest and shoulder blade, and still one that in terms of having some width up high, I think handles it right out of the back of her shoulder. My problem is right here. We're a little steeper out of her hip. I don't know if we've got just enough punch going away. But like I said, a sheep to me that's got a bright future. I think her best days are ahead. Just ends up in a class with a lot of variation. Then we've got a hair sheep out here. And I'll be honest with you, fundamentals of that one are right. And I was telling someone earlier, we see a lot of these things where I'm at in Tennessee, and they are valuable. They are worth a ton of money right now. And the thing that I'm going to tell you, young lady, is that sheep is built to be a great brood ewe. There's no denying that. Her structure is high quality. Her function is built right. And I still think one that reads maternal. In a lineup like this, she's probably a little frailer, probably a shot narrower in terms of her build. I just want to bulk her up. And I know that's hard to do in these things, but I also know Katahdins are making a huge jump right now. We're seeing them get in the top 5 at some of these big breed shows. I just need a little bit more of that one to go ahead and pull the trigger and move her up. Awesome, awesome way to kick things off. If you guys will ringside, let's congratulate those 7.
Congratulations. Your home farm born class winner goes to Josie Baines. Second to Brantley Plunkett. Third, Maylee Hutchinson. Fourth to Owen Hutchinson. Fifth to Leona Fair. Sixth to Braden Hudoff. And seventh to Alexandria Hall. We now have in the arena, we have class number 2 to Dorset Ewe Lamb being shown by Cruz Redden. 1 entry in the class, and she is the only Dorset Ewe Lamb, so she will end up being the champion Dorset Ewe Lamb.
No, we got a single entry, but still on the Dorset side. I think a female that's got a lot of quality. This view right here is probably my favorite of her, just in terms of length of neck, just the refinement of her front skeleton, and yet where she's probably got some out there pieces relative to the breed is when you get your hands on her. I think her shape up high, especially right out of the back of her shoulders, really square, and it's really crisp in terms of her edges from behind. I like how stout she is in her pin bone, yet she drops the right kind of shape down low. If we're going to fix her, and I tell people all the time, if we had a perfect one, I think judging livestock shows would get boring. So just telling you what I would personally want to fix on this ewe moving forward. She needs to relax in her top line in motion for sure. For me, I still think we could drop her flank line to make that sheep run even more uphill. But like I said, an awesome single entry. Young man's done a really nice job. If you guys will ringside, let's congratulate him as he heads out.
Congratulations, your champion Dorset Ewe Lamb goes to Cruz Redden. We now have in the arena, we have class number three, Hampshire Ewe Lambs. We have one entry in the class being shown by McCoy Bensel, one entry in the class.
Promise, I'm not trying to burn through them, but at the same time, I want to keep these things fresh through the duration of the show. These kids have worked hard. Don't want the heat to work against them, but I tell you, I like this shoe a lot. I think just in terms of how that sheep's built from the side, that's my speed in terms of just skeleton. But yet with that, I still think get your hands on that ewe. She's so fresh, she's square, she's dimensional, and yet stout from behind. Most importantly, though, is her hind leg works. And I think that's a big thing that we're battling right now in the sheep world. Make their pin bone bigger, make their hip shape bigger. Unfortunately, hind legs tend to go away. And I like the fact that she's got some power, but yet it still works. And I think that ewe's got a bright future. I like that sheep a good deal, young man. That right there's the view you need. Awesome, awesome job.
Congratulations. Class number three winner goes to McCoy Vinsel. Class three winner, McCoy Vinsel. Immediately, we now have class number four in the arena. We have two entries in the class. Two entries of Hampshire ewes being shown by Reagan Clark and Carly Naylor. Two entries in the class. Your class is complete.
Got another class of Hampshire ewes, and that sheep up front, I'm in. That thing is wicked good in motion. I love just the organization of her build. Hamp features on point, and yet of every sheep that's walked in thus far, I think just the shape of her back and how it translates down low is the freshest. I think of the sheep we've seen thus far, her underlying quality is the best. Really big fan of that one. That one is awfully, awfully good. Young lady, you end up in a tough class. And I'll be honest with you, that sheep's very nice. I love her look. I love her skeleton and structure. Bottom line, you end up in a class with one that's just got a little more. She's a little leveler in terms of her dock, probably just a little stouter in terms of her cage, her back and pin set. Fundamentals of that sheep are right, though, at the surface. That thing is good in terms of foot quality. I like the way that thing proportions. Just need a little bit more of her. I do want to commend you, though. You've done a heck of a job getting that one presented. Nice pair of them, though. Congrats to those two.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Reagan Clark, and second to class to Carly Naylor. Now ready for class number five. Class number five, Hampshire Yearling Ewe. Hampshire Yearling Ewe. One entry in the class being shown by Carly Naylor. Immediately following this class, we will be showing for champion and reserve champion Hampshire Ewe.
really good single entry on the yearling side. And I tell you, young lady, the fact that you've been able to get that, you obviously, in terms of maturity, a little later down the road and kept her together, I commend you. We've drug these things around, and I tell you, when they hit yearlings, you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes they say, oh, I want to starve myself, or I want to get chunky. And I think you've got this thing at a beautiful point in terms of just body shape, composition. She looks right. I love the shape of that thing's lower body. She's stout from behind. She's got a nice maternal image from the side. You know, if we're going to fix her, I think the big thing that I would pick on her, I think her structure, even though she's probably shucked a little bit of leg wool, it's still stout. But I think more importantly, when you step in behind her and watch that sheep go, she's flirting with pushing her hock just a little bit as the sheep go away. I'd want to square her up there. But, man, for a yearling ewe, awfully, awfully good. Like I said, I commend you for keeping that one in shape, keeping her where she needs to be. Awesome, awesome single entry. Ringside, let's put our hands together for the young lady.
Congratulations. Your class winner goes to Carly Naylor. We'll come back in for Champion Hampshire U. For your class number 3 winner, McCoy Vinsel. From class number 4, we will have Reagan Clark. And in second from class number 4, Carly Naylor. And from class number 5, your class winner, Carly Naylor.
Well, if you guys will, let's congratulate our Hampshire exhibitors for bringing an awfully good set out here, top to bottom. These sheep are good, and I'll tell you, we've got our 3 class winners that sit over here that I like a good deal, but I still think there's one sitting on that back line that's going to look nice down the road. You know, when we get out here, I'll say it, and you're going to hear me say it a lot. I'm blunt, I'm to the point, and I stick to my guns. And I'll be very frank, there's one that wins it easy for me, and then I think there's a decision to be made for reserve, but I still think amongst that pair, there's one that's just a little more my speed. One more time, let's congratulate them. I'll go shake the hand of your champion in reserve.
Congratulations. Your champion Hampshire U goes to Reagan Clark. And your reserve champion Hampshire U, McCoy Vinsel. We now have in the arena class number 6, Southdown Ewe Lamb. Southdown Ewe Lambs, we have 4 entries in the class being shown by Braden Hudoff, Maylee Hutchinson, Josie Jones, and Brantley Plunkett. 4 entries in the class. would at this time like to welcome our queen, Miss Mallory Elliott, our first runner-up, Sarah Carnegie, Miss Congeniality, Coral Patnode, Princess first runner-up, Addie Patnode, Princess second runner-up, Tessa Wimmer. Our little miss this year is Everly Clark and little Mr. Lincoln Clark. Let's put our hands together for all the court, queen and all of her court.
Good way to kick off the South Downs. And I think we've got four. They're about as polar opposite as you can make them. And I think as a show judge, you just got to stick to what you believe in and roll. And I'll be the first to tell you, Sheep That Wins is not perfect. She could be a little better in terms of her jump muscle and just out of her hip. Bottom line, though, that one to me, in terms of shape, freshness, is the best. But I still think with that, her front end assembly reads athletic and attractive. Still think her rib cage and forerib is round. Still has a good bend to her hind leg. I think for me, we just think about what are the harder pieces to make. I do think she owns those in this class. I like a lot of things about her. Just want to level her up a little bit in terms of her hip. But like I said, a nice one to win. This sheep to me is one that I think just in terms of symmetry, lines, and balance, I do think her ride on this sheep. I think her biggest issue right now is she's just a little over the limit in terms of cover. She's a little soft, little chunky just in terms of how she handles. I think if you actually peel some of that off, her chest goes back up into her, and I think that thing balances up just in terms of lower body a little nicer moving forward. You know, compared to a class winner, she's not just as bulky and dense, but I still think one that from a fundamental standpoint does a lot of things right. I think the decision for me is in 3 and 4, and you got trade-offs. I went with the smaller you in third, and I think for me, we start breaking those things down into thirds. I think her front and mid-third to me just read a little more intact, a little more collected. I do think that sheep is nicer balanced up front. I think she's actually square right behind her shoulder. She's better in terms of her lower body attachment and top line. Now, we got to fix her out of her hip and hind leg, and that's why she ends up sliding down compared to 1 and 2. But I do think flank forward, that sheep just hits me a little harder in terms of presence from the side. Young lady that winds up there in 4. If you want to flop it and say, hey, that's the bolder-bodied, softer one that's actually got probably just a nickel more width up high, I wouldn't argue. For me, I read that sheep a little plainer at the base of her neck and chest. Don't know if her top line and hind leg ever relaxed and got out and utilized it like we need to. Just want to clean her up fundamentally at the surface. But I still think of you that's got immense quality in terms of lower body, spread, and dimension. Like I said, just want to make her a little looser in terms of how she goes. Nice set of South Downs, though. Congratulations to those 4.
Congratulations. Class number 6 winner goes to Josie Jones. Second in the class, Brantley Plunkett. Third in the class, Braden Hudoff. And fourth to Maylee Hutchinson. We now are ready for class number 7. Class number 7, Southdown Yearling U. One entry in the class being shown by Maylee Hutchinson. Immediately following this class, we will be showing for champion and reserve champion Southdown U.
Got a single entry that we talked about earlier in our homegrown. Like I said, fundamentals are right. Maternal broody. We talked about just trimming her up in terms of condition and still one that from a hind leg standpoint could get out and go a little better. But she still looks like a brood ewe standing still. I like a lot of things about that sheep. We'll bring her out here in just a minute, get you a champion reserve Southdown. Congrats to that young lady.
Congratulations to Maylee Hutchinson, your class winner, class number 7 winner. We are now ready to show for champion Southdown U. Champion and reserve champion Southdown U. From that class number 6, standing in first, we had Josie Jones. Standing behind Josie in second, we had Brantley Plunkett. And from class number 7 in first, Maylee Hutchinson, showing for champion and reserve champion Southdown U.
Good set of Southdowns and definitely differences amongst the three. Big quality is still there. I guess for me as a show judge and trying to navigate you through what's going through my mind, I think there's one that fits me just in terms of look, shape, density, and still reading fresh and dimensional. And then I think the decision for reserve gets close, and I think you've got some things you kind of got to navigate through. I'll set the mic down, show you our champion, decide which way we want to go on reserve. But if you guys will, y'all been a good crowd thus far. Let's congratulate these 3 out of the Southdown breed. They've done an awesome job.
Congratulations, your champion Southdown U goes to Josie Jones. And congratulations, your reserve champion goes to Brantley Plunkett. We're now having entered the arena class number 8. Class number 8, all other breeds, ewe lamb. One entry in the class being shown by Graham Luck. Graham Luck. Tension in the barn, classes 11, 12, and 13. Classes 11, 12, and 13. I'd like to have you in the arena at this time.
Looks like we're combining these 3 classes.
We have combined these three classes. My apologies. From class number 8, our exhibitor is Graham Luck. From class number 9, Alexandria Hall. And from class number 10, Cheyenne Lyons.
We get into our AOB division, and just to kind of clarify, all three of these U's will be class winners, but we're going to go through and we just bring them all out. I think their pin mates is probably my assumption. I think they probably cooperate just a little better with them together. But I'm going to go through and talk the three of them as if they were in their own class, and then we'll show you who your champion reserve AOB is. Young man, that would have been out of the first class of AOBs. I like that sheep. That thing's nice looking, good balance, and really high quality in terms of structure. And yet I still think just in terms of rib cage and lower body, that female's got a lot of good. You know, we could level her up right out of her hip, pick her up behind her shoulder. But I do like that female a good deal. I believe we saw this you earlier in the homegrown class. I still like a lot of things about her from a balance and structure standpoint, like we mentioned earlier. Is there just enough of her? That's the $1 million question. I think we got to stouten her up to help her chances. And then we've got kind of a Dorper influence to you down here. Man, is she stout and dense up high. She's got some power. Her level of comfort is still good in motion. And I still think she balances well from the side. Yeah, you could level her out of her hip, but I actually think that helps her hind leg get out and go and reach and be comfortable. I think you've got a close decision to make amongst the three for champion and reserve. Before I do it and go show you who your champion AOB and reserve AOB is, let's congratulate these kids. I'll go pass out some handshakes.
Congratulations, your champion AOB goes to Cheyenne Lyons. And your reserve champion to Graham Luck. Let's put our hands together for these young people.
We need appointments. Class 11 appointment.
We need McCoy Vincel. We are bringing class 11 in. We need McCoy with his class 11 entry to the makeup arena at this time, please.
I would go ahead and call class 12 too, because it's a big one.
I've called them all day.
Oh.
Last call. McCoy. Class number 12, you should be in the makeup arena this time. Class 12, you should be in the makeup arena. This is the second call. Class 13, I need you in the makeup arena, standing behind class 12, please. We are now entering class number 11. Class number 11, black-faced commercial ewe lambs. 2 entries in the class. First entry being shown by McCoy Vincel, and a second entry by Addison Bueller, I'm sorry.
good pair of them to kick off our blackface side on the U's, and I think a pair of them that's really nice for two totally different reasons. I'll be the first to tell you, the one that I'm using to win, her attitude, bottom line, is not very good. But I'm not here to judge attitude. I'm here to judge the sheep, and I will tell you, when that young man can get that sheep brace, that thing's skeleton is by some margin the best in terms of height of shoulder, shape of neck, and just length of blade. I like her top line better. I like the construction of her hip and hind leg. Really good in terms of her hide. Still think she progresses the right direction. I like that sheep a good deal. Sheep that winds up in two. I'll be first to tell you, today she's better in her lower body. She's rounder in her cage, and she's actually harder to the touch up high. For me, though, we start studying that sheep off the side. Our top line comes in a few too many pieces for me. I read her shoulder blade a little longer in terms of length. She's just a little thicker at the base of her neck. I don't know if she balances just as nicely from the side as that sheep that wins. Fundamentals are right in that one. A lot of good breeding pieces. Nice way to kick off our blackface commercial use. Let's congratulate those two kids on a job well done.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to McCoy Vinsel, and second in class to Addison Bueller. We now have class number 12 entering the arena. Have 6 entries in the class, being shown by Henley Hill, Leona Fair, Cruz Redden, Emma Hacker, Hayden Stevens, and Josie Baines. Class number 12, Blackface Commercial ewe lambs, 6 entries in the class.
Good class. I got a few more numbers in here, but I guess for me, I never wavered from these two, sorting up to the top. And yet, I still think with that, young ladies, you up front is just as corny as this going to sound. She looks the most expensive right here. To elaborate on that, her lower body, cage, back shape, and skeleton on the standstill fits me to a T. I'm going to give you a piece of advice. You better have a come to Jesus meet with her real quick and get that sheep to move. Fortunately for me, if you study her right here, the bend of her hind leg is right. Her problem is she's got a terrible attitude and doesn't want to move. For those of you that think that she's bad spine and bad hind leg, I would argue that. I just think she's not very intelligent. I think everything reads right standing still. And that one to me is just so wild and so radical everywhere else. I'm not going to beat her because she's acting dumb. That's a really high quality sheep. This one that winds up in second, we saw her earlier. She won her homegrown deal. And I want to commend you. You bring a homegrown one out here and hang in with them. I can promise you, I didn't do that when I was doing this. I like that sheep a good deal. I think we put her in here with more competition, and maybe you can start picking on her just a little harder. We mentioned earlier, I probably prefer her hind leg today in class compared to one. I like the balance and symmetry of that sheep compared to our class winner. Don't know if her full rib is just as radical and round. To me, she's a little shorter in terms of her neck length. Don't read her just as wild looking up front as our class winner, but I like that sheep a lot. Young lady, you got a nice one to take home and build around. I think the decision from 3 to 5 gets tricky. Because you've got to get in here and say, hey, all 3 of these sheep have something that I want to change. Where do I draw the line? And just to walk you through my thought process, I will tell you up front, this ewe that winds up in third floated for me quite a bit. But I think of the 3 that are in contention for that third spot, she's the one with the holes that to me are not as major. Because I think of those 3, she's one of the good balanced ones. She's got some spread. She's got some power. And I think in terms of just how that sheep gets out and goes, I call her plenty comfortable. Now, is she just as spicy in terms of her shape and dimension as those top 2? No. But the fact that she is complete, functional, and her skeleton proportions together is why she's third. I imagine ringside, we've probably got some fans of this one, and if you like her, I totally understand why. She probably rivals our class winner in terms of just power. That thing is so massive in terms of her back, her pin bone, and just the shape of her hip. She's stout down low. Her rib cage is radical in terms of shape. I say all of that, and you're like, well, why did you put her fourth? I think compared to the top 4 and even the sheep that winds up in 5, I probably call her structure probably the most questionable of the top 5. I think to me that sheep's a little too jammed up in terms of her shoulder blade and knee. Don't read her length of hip long enough. And when you watch that sheep go, her hind leg comes up the shortest in terms of rear step. Man, if you're looking for power, you're looking for punch though, that girl is for you. Same time for me. I got to make her more comfortable. This sheep, to me, I think you can float her up to third or you can keep her in 5. If you put her in third, you do it from this view right here. She's got an awesome skeleton, love her balance. I think of the 3 that we just discussed, I probably call her hind leg the best. The problem with that is the reason her hind leg is the best is because of this view right here. Unfortunately, she was not blessed in the booty department. We got to make her stouter from behind and pull her apart because I do think of those top 5, she is the narrowest in terms of her skeleton. We got to give her more punch and power to move up. This sheep that winds up in 6, I tell you, just in terms of how her hind leg works, the shape of her lower body, I like her grow. I like her performance. I think in a class like this, though, she probably just gives up a little bit in terms of just sheer power right out of the back of her shoulder. Don't know if she balances just as nicely from the side, but fundamentals are right on that sheep for sure. Congrats to those 6, though. Interesting class for sure. If you guys will ringside, let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Hayden Stevens. Second to class, Josie Baines. Third to Henley Heel. Fourth to Cruz Redden. Fifth to Emma Hacker. And sixth to Leona Fair. We are now entering with class number 13. Class number 13. We have 3 entries in the class being exhibited by Henry Ferguson, Leona Fair, and Jalen Goodwin. 3 entries in the class, and your class is complete. Teaching in the barn, teaching in the barn. Class 14 and 15. Class 14 and 15, you should be in the makeup arena at this time. If I could get class 16, 17, 18, and 19. Class 16 at least be on the way. And class 17, 18, and 19, need to be working on your flock, your pair, and your pair. Been very fortunate this week. We have a Monroe County past 4-H'er, Mr. Ryan Holmes, sitting out there at the front corner. He is streaming every livestock show in this arena. He's streaming it right on the internet. So if you would like, sometime you cannot be in person at a show, you can go to Facebook, Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension, or on YouTube, Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. And you can watch these from home. If for some reason you can't be here, you can pick those up on the internet. Once again, Mr. Ryan Holmes. Ryan, thank you very much.
We got 3 of them out here that all do things right. And I guess for me, the debate maybe is between the top 2, but I still think with that, when you get the sheep out and get them moving, that's where the young man's you needs to win for me. I think her outright advantage compared to second is her top line balance, the build of her hind leg, and the squareness of her hind leg. And I also think when you actually study those sheep out and how they move, she maintains her chest floor. I like the height of her shoulder. I think one to me that just represents a lot of good from the side. Love the shape of her flank line. Now, the ewe that winds up in second, her advantage today is the fact that she is so hard touching up high. That thing's rack and loin edge are radical in terms of feel from behind. She is as massive in terms of her hip and stifle as any. I start picking on her when we study her right here and watching the sheep go away. From this view, her chest wants to drop down ever so slightly. Got to clean her up in terms of her top line in motion. And when we watch the sheep go away, she's flirting with pushing her hock out. Got to square her up. But I tell you, power, density, and the fact that standing still, she still balances is what I like. So when we get her out and get her in motion is where I would change some things up just from a function standpoint. You that winds up third, I love just her length of neck, her height of shoulder. One to me that's long patterned and really flexible in terms of hind leg. Comparatively, probably gives up a little too much today in terms of body shape, dimension, and spread. But a really nice ewe to wrap us up. Congrats to those 3 on a job well done.
Congratulations. Your class winner goes to Henry Ferguson. Second in the class, Jalen Goodwin. And third in the class, Leona Fair. We are now entering the arena with class number 14. Class 14. 3 entries in the class being shown by Ava Reinert, Adeline Almond, and Brantley Plunkett. 3 entries in the class. Would at this time like to also welcome and thank Thistle Hill Photo Company. Thistle Hill Photo Company down here to my right. This family's been here and they're taking pictures at all the livestock shows here in the arena this week. These pictures are all on their Facebook page and the Monroe County 4-H Facebook page. All these pictures are free for you to download. Thank you very much to Thistle Hill Photo Company.
We get 3 more out here, and I think this class kind of falls together for me in my mind. Young lady up here in the blue is going to have your class winner. I think she's kind of the best of both worlds. I think you get some power, you get some density, but yet she's still one of the nice, balanced, good structured ewes that I think just puts the most together in this class. She isn't perfect, obviously. None is, but I still think the fundamentals are right on that ewe. She's got the most parts and pieces in this class that makes sense. You got a pair of them here. You can flip-flop. I know this ewe gives up some performance and some punch, but bottom line, I like her skeleton. I think that's a good-looking, good balanced female that's right in terms of how her hind leg goes, runs uphill, and yet still in terms of shape, she's got plenty of it. Need to broaden her up and stouten her up just in terms of her build and her cage. But to me, her skeleton has to keep her second. Ewe that winds up third's probably a little better in terms of her body cavity, a little softer back into her flank. One to me that we start talking about build. I read her probably just a little rounder off both ends, maybe a little plainer in terms of her shape, but a nice set of 3 for sure. Let's put our hands together for those kids.
Congratulations. Class winner goes to Adeline, Adeline Almond. Second to class, Ava Reinert. And third to class to Brantley Plunkett. We now have class number 15. Class number 15. 3 entries in the class. Entry shown by Leona Fair. A second entry by Leona Fair. And a third by Owen Hutchinson. Immediately following this class, we'll be showing for champion black-faced commercial ewe lamb. We're on yearly.
We did the ewes. Now we're doing the ewes.
Now you go back down here. So we don't do a champion you lamb,
No,
right?
just
That's
champion
just
black face.
champion
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Can you call in the barn for the first and second place? Black face.
I believe we got our last class of yearling ewes, and I think young lady in the pink up here's got a pretty commanding class winner compared to the three. I think her outright advantage is just comfort and just coordination in terms of skeleton. I still think a ewe that's got a nice look from the side. She's still bold and just practical in the shape of her body, and I like her power. You know, the ewe that winds up in two, I think wants to mimic her look from the side and just how she's pieced together. You know, comparatively, probably not just as much of that female compared to one. Don't know if she's just as square in terms of how she's built out of her hip and hind leg. Sheep that winds up in three, very powerful, stout, dense made kind of a female that's probably the widest of this class. I get on her today just from a skeleton standpoint. Don't know if she's just comfortable enough in how she's built in terms of her shoulder, top line, and hind leg. But a nice class of them for sure. Congrats to those three on a job well done.
Congratulations. Your class winner goes to Leona Fair. Second in the class, another entry by Leona Fair. And third in the class to Owen Hutchinson. We should now be ready to show for our champion blackface commercial ewe. Champion blackface commercial ewe. From class number 11, we should have McCoy Vinsel. Standing in second behind McCoy in that class 11, we should have Addison Bueller. From class number 12, in first, we had Hayden Stevens. In class number 12 in second, standing behind Hayden, we have Josie Baines. From class number 13, in first, Henry Ferguson. Standing behind Henry in class 13 in second place, we have Jalen Goodwin. Class 14 in first place, Adeline Allman. Second place in class 14, Ava Reinert. Class number 15 in first place, we have an entry by Leona Fair. And second class 15, another entry by Leona Fair. Showing now for champion black-faced commercial ewe.
Can you ask her weight?
Well, if you guys will ringside, let's congratulate these kids that made it back out. I think, trying to think about a champion in reserve, I think it gets interesting. And I guess for me, I think it's kind of a 3-horse race in my mind. And ironically, it's the 3 that stand right here in front of me. I think those sheep, to me, are just the most unique. And I think there's differences. I made a statement earlier that the one out of that second class looks expensive. I think all 3 of these do. And I think just in terms of how they're pieced together, how those things, thinking about down the road, how, you'd want to take these things to certain types of bucks. I think that's where it gets fun. And like I said, I don't guess it's necessarily clear cut for me, but I do think those 3 hit me the hardest. I'll set the mic down and show you your champion in reserve blackface. One more time, let's put our hands together for these kids.
Congratulations, your champion blackface. You goes to Henry Ferguson. And also congratulations, your reserve champion to Hayden Stevens.
Better now, thank you.
We are now entering with our white face commercial ewe lamb. 1 entry in the class being shown by Reagan Connard. 1 entry in the class, champion white face commercial ewe lamb.
Single entry on our white face cross, and I think a ewe that's got quality for sure. I think just up high, her spread, her dimension, the shape from behind is right. She's still upright in terms of where her neck sets on the top of her shoulder. For me, some things we'd modify. She needs to be softened just in terms of her top line and where her lower body connects. But I still think that's a female that's got a lot of quality, can stand a lot of competition. Congrats to that young lady on getting her out here and getting her presented at a high level. Let's put our hands together for her.
Our next class will be female flock champion. And Leona had just showed a few seconds ago, so we're going to give her just a second, get her animals rounded up. And at this time, I'd like to make an announcement. All the barns here at Monroe County this year have had Stop the Trailer. This year, all clubs are competing to collect the most food for the Junior Leaders Stalk the Trailer competition. Our sheep club set a goal to collect change at meetings. The goal was to collect $350 at these meetings. To date, they have collected $401.12 at those meetings. Before we go shopping, we are asking for all your help to add to our total. We are passing a bucket for you to drop your spare change. Keep an eye out for it coming your way. And Jake is going to be the one that takes our bucket around the crowd. If you would help him. Had a friend saw this. They told me that they will match up to $50. They will match up to $50 that's collected. So anybody else that would like to match up for anybody, if the club, if y'all can raise $50 tonight, anybody that would like to match that $50 that another donator has made, let me know.
We bring our pairs out, and I think an important thing just to highlight, we've got a pair of ewes up front that would have represented, I believe, class 17. I like those females. We talked about them earlier just in terms of, what they bring to the table from a balance structure standpoint. But I think the thing I like the most about them out here is there's just in terms of their symmetry. I think they pair up nicely. I think they do a lot of things correctly. We've got our pair of yearlings we just saw out of the last class in our blackface show. And I tell you, a pair of them to me that I think are very, very good. I think skeleton, balance, and structure are where those two females fit together quite nicely. I know we can kind of mix match who belongs with who, but I still think fundamentally, take these things home, keep building around them. I think the consistent image to me is you've put a lot of time and effort in to making sure that skeletons are right. And from my perspective, I can tell you from a breeder standpoint, I appreciate that a lot. I like the fact that you've done and kept these things looking right, kept them going in the right direction. Like I said, this would represent class 17, 18, and 19. But if you guys will ringside, let's make sure we show these kids a lot of love. Let's put our hands together for bringing their project out and displaying what they've got going on at home.
Congratulations, your female pot champion is Leona Fair. Your pair of Ewelings also goes to Leona Fair. And your pair of ewe lambs to Leona Fair. Good job, young lady. Yeah, of course I would. You know, people move like that, Check 1, 2. Well, I got a second here, and they're rounding up the champ of the Supreme through 5th. I would like to welcome our judge today, Mr. Taylor Langford from Knoxville, Tennessee. Taylor currently serves as a livestock judging team coach at the University of Tennessee. Before the University of Tennessee, he completed degrees and judged at Northeastern Oklahoma A&M and Oklahoma State University. He later completed his master's degree at Virginia Tech. Along with coaching, Taylor serves as a lecturer and recruiter for the Department of Animal Science and is pursuing a PhD this summer. Taylor has been sorting shows for 13 years and has been blessed to sort in over 32 states and excited to be back in Indiana. Let's put our hands together for Taylor today. We thank you for your time, Taylor, on this hot day. We're now ready to show for Supreme U, Reserve Supreme, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. Our champion Dorset was shown by Cruz Redden. Champion Hampshire, Reagan Clark. Reserve champion standing behind Reagan, we have McCoy Vinsel. South Down champion Josie Jones. Standing behind her is reserve Brantley Plunkett. All other breeds champion Cheyenne Lyons. Standing behind Cheyenne, we have Graham Luck with reserve. Blackface champion, shown by Henry Ferguson. Reserve Blackface, Hayden Stevens. And white-faced champion, Reagan Connard. Showing now for Supreme U 2026 Monroe County Fair.
I think the U side of things has been good, and I know there's some breeds that maybe we didn't have as much depth in terms of quantity, but I think quality has been right. I think just in terms of what we've got out here, I just tried to piece together the ones that made the most sense to me today. And there's still some sheep that ended up back in the barn that I'll tell you, I like a good deal. Just ended up on the wrong side of things in terms of class division. But like I said, awfully good set. I'm not going to go through it and talk all the sheep, but I do think relative to what we've got out here, there's one to me that just makes sense and hits me very, very hard. I think that one is the most unique in terms of her skeleton and build. From there, we've got some sheep that I like a lot of parts and pieces about. I still think they've got quality, just don't know if they take it to as big of an extreme in terms of build as what we find in our eventual champion. One more time, though, you guys have been awesome tonight. I know we've still got a lot to get through. Let's show these kids some love. I'll set the mic down and get you a top 5.
Is it Cruises? No, Josie's Homeborn Born. Josie Baines is Homeborn Born. Homeborn Born was up here. Oh, hold up. Yeah. Oh, okay.
It goes hand, cross, hand, homework.
I got it right here if you need it.
Congratulations, your Supreme U 2026 Reagan Clark. Reserve Supreme U Henry Ferguson. 3rd overall to Hayden Stevens. 4th overall, McCoy Vinsel. And 5th overall, Josie Baines. Let's put our hands together for all these young people. Before we go into our market show, we are going to take a 20-minute break to give the judge a chance to go to the restroom, the rest of us a chance to go to the restroom, and then we'll be back at it at 6:50. We'll start back up at 6:50. So they did take the bucket around, and the bucket going around raised a total of $177.36 with the $50 match that was promised to me. So I will collect that $50 match. That takes the total so far $578.48 that this Goat Club and you all have raised for Stuff a Trailer. So if anybody else would like to give, feel free to come up here and give it to me. I'll put it on a clipboard. We'll get it to the leaders. They will do their shopping, I would say, probably tomorrow, and get this. And we'd like to see this sheep club win this competition. I do believe we're now ready for our dress up. We got our dress up going on now. Mallory is right here in front of me, our queen, and I'm going to give her the microphone. And folks, we're not going to keep these kids out here too long tonight. She's going to ask names and who they are representing.
All right, we're going to go around. Hey, Sarah, will you stand right there, and I'm going to ask them, and I'm going to send them to you. You're going to stop them. Okay? All right, I'm not. All right, what's your name?
Hannah,
Awesome, Isabel. And then what are you and your sheep dressed up as?
Moana.
Moana? Oh, I love it. All right, well, let's give a hand for Isabel. All right, honey, you're going to go all the way down to her. You want to come to me, sweetie? All right, guys, this is Brindley, and her sheep are dressed up as Little Bo Peep. Can we give her a round of applause? All right, what's your name?
Camry.
Camry. All right, Camry, what are you guys dressed up as?
I'm like dressed up as like
I'm Betsy Ross and I sewed the flag.
I'm Betsy Ross. I sew flag.
All right, well, we have Betsy Ross and Abraham Lincoln here with our flag. So can we give them a round of applause, please? All right. You guys can go put right over there. All right. You want to give? All right. Last and certainly not least, we have Prue, and they are dressed up as Party in the FFA. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, so we don't want to have to make the tough decision of all these amazing costumes. So we're going to do a crowd meter, okay? I need you guys to be the loudest to whatever you think is your best costume, and that will decide our winner. So we'll start down here. All right, can I hear it for these guys? And right here. And right here. And last but certainly not least, right here. Wow, you guys certainly didn't make that one easy either. All right, so we think it's a tie right now. So I really need you to up your game and make it really clear. Although all of you had amazing costumes, we have a top two, okay? We have Moana, and we have over here with the flag. Betsy Ross. I'm terrible at history. I'm an accounting person. But anyway, all right. All right, so you only can pick one. I know they're both great, but be as loud and proud as you can for your favorite one. Here we go, right here. And right here. All right, again, you guys all had amazing costumes, but based this off the crowd, what we believe, Betsy Ross over here is our winner. Great job, and thank you all. You guys did amazing.
Hey, I'm already telling you that, right?
Yeah, it's the
I don't think so. I'll check with them and make sure. Okay. Well, I'll try to get a hold of them. Okay. Yeah, 'cause I was told by the end of the day that I'll check with them. Okay. I've got this mic. Now ready to show our first class in the market show. Class number 1 is our home farm born. Home farm born. Should have 12 entries in the class. 12 entries in the class. Our entries will include Garrett Goodwin, Carly Naylor, Josie Baines, McCoy Vinsel, Wyatt Olson, Alexandria Hall, Kendall Zeich, Braden Hudoff, Maylee Hutchinson, Kyle Vinsel, Brantley Plunkett, and Leona Fair. "12 entries in the class, and your class is complete."
Good class of homegrowns kick us off. I want to use young man to win. And, you know, I think just from a standpoint of how that sheep proportions from the side, I think his length of neck and the shape of his chest floor and breastbone are right. I think his top line holds together better in motion. I like the bend of his hind leg. And I personally think his forerib, his lower body hook up better than the one there in second. I actually think he spans wider out of the back of his shoulder and from behind. However, he needs to be shaped up. He's not just as hard and as crisp as the one we have there in second. That is the huge advantage for the one here in two. That thing's real good in terms of just the hydration of his skin, the texture of his muscle. And I still think one that proportion-wise comes together. I think compared to our class winner, I call his body cavity a little flatter. Don't read him just as good in terms of his levelness of hip, the sculpt of his hind leg. I'd like to lengthen him out of the top of his neck as well. Young ladies, Weather over here, to me, I think that one's outright advantage over the sheep that come next is the fact that up high, that one is very good in terms of his muscle pattern. He's good in his rack, his loin, and from behind, he's plenty big in terms of his hip. You know, compared to those top two, I read him a little longer in terms of his shoulder blade, a little lower in terms of his neck set, a little rounder out of his hip. Just don't know from a balance perspective if he just fits those top two. Ewe-Lamb that comes out next probably has that advantage from the side. I like just her lines, her symmetry better, just in terms of from the side and in motion. Problem with that ewe today is when you step in and handle her, she's too soft to the touch. We've got to trim that thing up, pull her chest back up in her, because I don't know if she's just as aggressive. The little Southdown influence Weather here. You know, if you want to be, I guess, a bigger hater of him than I am, I understand he's a little outsized in this class. But bottom line, I think that sheep has quality. He's up-headed. I like his balance and skeleton of everything that remained. He's got a good hind leg. I don't know if him and the ewe-lamb you showed earlier are twins or siblings, but they've got some similarities. He's just got the better hip and hind leg. Still think that sheep has got some shape up high. You know, comparatively, gives up a little bit to those top few, but I still think his quality of skeleton is what keeps him up. Gentlemen's ewe-lamb here. Big scaled, long extended kind of a ewe that's got some reach and flexibility, like the shape of her lower body. Need a little bit more of her right here in terms of power. She wants to flatten through the base of her leg, kind of wants to roll off in terms of her edges. Blue sheep here is actually stouter up high. He's bigger in his rack and his loin. I like the shape of his lower glute better. For me, I read that sheep a little frailer in terms of his feature. Probably not just as comfortable and coordinated in his skeleton. A little rounder off both ends. Ewe-Lamb that comes out next. Awesome lower body. I like the shape of her rib cage and the bend of her hind leg. Need more of her. She gets a little out-horsed in terms of just pin width, stifle shape, and up high. And still, for me, a ewe that reads just a little plainer in terms of her front end. Katahdin influence sheep. I'll tell you, that sheep right there has got as big of a back laid in him as any sheep that walked in this ring. His rack and loin are very, very big. I like his power. I like his density. I just call his build a little plainer, a little more generic for his breed. Don't know if he handles just fresh enough today in terms of his composition. The kind of black and white colored sheep comes next. I like his look and balance a good deal, especially from a Katahdin influence side of things. His skeleton is right. Need a little bit more of him to move up. sheep that comes out next, hard and just firm in terms of texture of muscle. For me, we get in trouble in terms of build, a little harder in her body shape, bigger than that. I think that whether it's just a little more vertical in its shoulder blade, a little straighter in terms of how that thing gets out and goes. And then this sheep that wraps us up, probably one of my favorites from the side, just in terms of neck, top line, hip, and hind leg. Step into handle. Just don't know if that one's got enough meat and potatoes today. Got to stouten that one up to slide it up. Just runs out of horsepower in this class. Nice class, though. Let's put our hands together for those 12 exhibitors.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to McCoy Vinsel. Second in the class, Josie Baines. Third, Carly Naylor. Fourth, Kyle Vincent. Fifth, Braden Hudoff. Sixth, Garrett Goodwin. Seventh, Maylee Hutchinson. Eighth, Brantley Plunkett. Ninth, Kendall Zeich. 10th, Alexandria Hall. 11th, Leona Fair. And 12th, to Wyatt Olson. We now have in the arena class number 2. It will be a single class of Dorset Market Lambs. There's 2 entries in the class being shown by Kyle Vinsel and Mason Johnson. 2 entries in the class weighing 122 and 136 pounds. And your class is complete.
We got a nice pair of Dorsets out here, and obviously these will be your champion in reserve. But just going to talk them real quick and then show you how I like them. Gentleman's sheep that came out first, I think is one that's long-necked, extended. I think skeleton-wise, his hip, hind leg worked the right direction. For me, a sheep that still reads trim, still reads with some shape of muscle. I think comparatively, got to pick his chest up, lay his shoulder blade into him neater, drop his flank, and power him up from behind. And then the sheep that the young lady brought out behind, man, I think that is a stout, muscular, dense kind of a creature that still looks right from the side. I like that one's proportions. Is that one just the longest tip, longest necked one? No. But I think relative to that sheep's size, that one's proportions are right. I love that one's skin and hide quality presented to the max. Young lady's going to have your champion Dorset. Gentleman's going to have reserve.
Congratulations, your class winner and champion Dorset Market Lamb, Kyle Vinsel. Second, and your reserve champion, Mason Johnson. We are now ready for our first class of Hampshire Market Lambs. 5 entries in the class. Those 5 entries are being shown by Adeline Ham, Carly Naylor, Brendan Conley, Leah Stangl, and Josie Baines. 5 entries in the class, ranging from 116 to 132 pounds, and your class is complete.
Really nice way to kick things off. I think the top pair has got some things that I think if you blend them together, I think you've got an interesting creature for sure. Bottom line, Young Lady Sheep That Wins is my favorite in terms of just show sheep build, show sheep proportions. And I think the length of his blade, the shape of his chest, and where he slings his neck up out of the top of his shoulder, the top line construction, the hind leg is what I like the most. Is he the roundest ribbed one? No. Is he the most massive in this class? No. But his shape is still right. He progresses the right way. His build's just more my speed. If you want power, you like the sheep in second. That thing is radical up high. He's big in his rack. The edge of his loin is creasy. His glutes big. The outer turn of his hips right. He is the rounder-bodied one of that pair. I think when we put the top three in motion, that's probably where I get the hardest on him because I do think of the top three. I call him the thickest at the base of his neck, the shape of his shoulder and chest fall out, and I still think in motion. Top line, hind leg have got to go more attractively. Sheep right here, we've already seen. I love his build. I love his look and proportions. I think compared to two, he's not just as stout. Right out of the back of his shoulder, kind of fades to the edge of his loin. I like his skeleton, need him to man up ever so slightly. Whether that comes out next, hard touching sheep that's trim, to me, his build is what limits him to 4. He's a little too open in his shoulder, a little flatter in his forerib. Want to modify his hip and hind leg. And then the weather that wraps us up, good balance, good structure. Need more of him. On the touch, he's probably the flattest to the shape of his rack, shape of his loin edge. Need to power that one up to get him to slide up any higher, but a great way to kick things off. Congrats to those kids.
Congratulations. Your class winner of Class 3 goes to Adeline Ham. Second class, Leah Stengel. Third to Josie Baines. Fourth to Carly Naylor. And fifth to Brendan Conley. We now have in the arena class number 4. We have 3 entries in the class being shown by McCoy Vinsel, Houston McLean, Reagan Clark. Those 3 entries range in weight from 136 to 148 pounds. 3 entries in the class, and your class is complete.
Good class, and a young lady brings us one that if you don't like it, you need to get your prescription checked because your eyes are wrong. Good looking, athletic, show sheep that's got muscle. Last time I checked, those kinds do pretty well. As sheep wins, not close. We've already talked this sheep. I like him a lot. His problems, and he's in class with the sheep that wins. That's still a good balance, good looking one that I like his running gear. I like his lower body. Doesn't have enough to play up high in terms of shape and tone. Sheep that comes out in third, I think for me, one that is stout in terms of structure and bone work. Still think that one is appropriate in terms of length of neck. Trimness is right. Need more of that one. Need that one spine to set down, flank line to drop. Nice class of 3, though. Congrats to those kids.
Congratulations. Class number 4 winner goes to Reagan Clark. Second to class, McCoy Vinsel. And third in the class, Houston McLean. We're now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Hampshire Market Lambs. From class number 1 of the Hampshires, in first, we have Adeline Ham. Standing behind Adeline in second, we have Leah Stengel. And from class number 4, in first place, we have Reagan Clark. And standing in second behind Reagan, we have McCoy Vinsel. Showing for champion and reserve champion Hampshire Market Lamb.
Really good set of hams. Not going to talk them, but obviously I'm terrible. I'm not good at showing. I mean, I show my poker hand too much. You know which one I like. I'm going to make one comment. Young lady, you're going to win. I think you knew that coming in out of that class. The fact that that sheep is standing in a hole and is still running uphill should explain every reason to you guys watching why I like that sheep. That's the kind I'm after. His skeleton is way, way good. He's got enough muscle. That's your champion ham. I think the decision for reserve gets a little closer. You got 2 sheep that are just a little different in terms of how they're pieced together, how they hook up. I think there's some differences in terms of tone and texture of muscle. I think there's some differences in terms of their build. I do think it is awfully close. To me, the one that fits me second best is going to be the young lady out of that first class. She'll have your reserve ham.
Congratulations. Your champion Hampshire Market Lamb goes to Reagan Clark. And your reserve champion Hampshire Market Lamb goes to Adeline Ham. We now have entering the arena class number 5, Katahdin Market Lamb. We'll have 3 classes of the Katahdins. This first class of Katahdins has 2 entries, one being shown by Wyatt Olson, one being shown by Cheyenne Lyons. 2 entries in the class, weights ranging from 72 to 83 pounds. And your class is complete.
Can you call for Ruby Tap?
Nice way to kick off the Katahdin side of things. Young lady in the back is going to have your class winner and does so from the standpoint of that one is just so much stouter. Right out of the back of its shoulder, that ewe lamb's big in terms of its rack, loin, and pin set, has the decisive advantage in muscle, and I really like the shape of that one's forerib, shape of that one's lower body. I'm going to tell you, young man, I love that sheep from the side. That thing is actually more my speed from the side in terms of length and neck, balance and structure. Just need a little bit more. I think you put your hands on it, a little peak it in terms of a rack and loin. We put more muscle in that one. I think I could probably latch on and run with that one's build. But a nice pair to kick us off in the Katahdins. Let's congratulate those 2 exhibitors on a job well done.
Congratulations, your class winner went to Cheyenne Lions, and second to class to Wyatt Olson. Now entering the arena, we have class number 6. Class number 6 should have 5 entries in the class. 5 entries in the class. Entries being shown by Cheyenne Lions, Alexandria Hall, Audrey Bullman, Bristol Condor, and Kendall Zyke. Should be 5 entries in the class, weights ranging from 93 to 106 pounds. 5 entries and your class is complete.
Another good class, Hair Sheep. I know young lady had to go swap one out and kind of got a little bit behind, but bottom line, she's got the one that I like. I think that ewe lamb is stout, powerful, and dimensional, and I think in a market lamb setting, that one takes it to a different level in this class in terms of market value, in terms of cutout value. Still does it with an appropriate look from the side. I like that sheep to win. This one's intriguing to me. I like that one's build, and I know just in terms of how these things are pieced together, she may look round, but I think relative to that one's breed, that Weather's actually got a nice look. He's tall-fronted, he's long, he's extended, and he's very sound. I think his advantage over the one in third is composition. He's a little trimmer today. I like the shape of his muscle up high. Don't know if he's as aggressive as the ewe that wins, but a nice one to beat too. The young lady is predominantly black sheep. I think another one, long neck, tall fronted, good chested sheep that's got some width up high. To me, he's a little round in his muscle, a little rounder in his hip. Need to make him a little harder to the touch. Sheep that comes out next, I think just in terms of body shape, having some extension, I really like that one's Cage. Another one to me that just in terms of hide, in terms of muscle pattern, probably just a little rounder, a little softer to the touch. And then the sheep that wraps us up, extended, really trim kind of a sheep. But that unfortunately just gives up too much muscle today to move up any higher. If that one's stouter, we can have a different conversation. Unfortunately today, though, I just don't know if there's enough. Congrats to those kids. They did a heck of a job.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Cheyenne Lions. Second to class, Kendall Zyke. Third, Alexandria Hall. Fourth, Bristol Condor. And fifth, Audrey Bullman. We now have our third and final class of Matad Market Lambs coming in. Should have 2 entries coming in. We have Ruby Macarat Tap and Kendall Zyke. 2 entries in the class ranging from 110 to 119 pounds. 2 entries in the class and your class is complete. Immediately following this class, we'll be showing for champion and reserve champion Katahdin market animal.
I think our last class on the hair sheep side, and I'm going to leave them like they stand. A young lady right here up front is going to be your class winner. I think his advantage to me, I think he's nicer balanced, but more importantly, his shape up high is fresher. He's square to the edges of his rack, his loin, and I still think going away when you dig through the hair, you got one that's sheared, one that's not. I actually think the shape of his outer hip's bigger. You know, the sheep that winds up into a little longer pattern kind of a sheep, I like his extension. I like his growth and maturity. To me, we get our hands on him. Don't know if he's just firm enough right behind his shoulder. Got to stouten him up in his pin bone, make him heavier in terms of his feature. But a nice way to wrap up the hair sheep. Once again, let's put our hands together for these kids.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Ruby Macarat Tap, and second to class to Kendall Zyke. We're now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Katahdin Market Lamb. From class number 5, and first we should have Cheyenne Lyons. Second class number 5, Wyatt Olson. First from class number 6, Cheyenne Lyons. Second from class number 6, Kendall Zyke. From class number 7 in first, Ruby Macarat Tap. And second in that class, Kendall Zyke.
If you guys will, let's congratulate our hair sheep showmen. They've done a heck of a job out here getting them presented. You know, we start thinking about getting you a champion in reserve. I guess it's kind of clear cut in my mind where I want to go. Like I said, not going to talk them, but for me, the one that makes the most sense, a young lady out of class 2 will have your champion. We'll follow up with the first out of that first class for reserve.
Congratulations, your champion Katahdin goes to Cheyenne Lyons, and your reserve champion also to Cheyenne Lyons. Now entering the arena, we'll have our first of two classes of natural colored market lamb. First class of two natural colored market lambs have 3 entries in the class, being shown by Leah Stengel, Josie Jones, and Eliza Tregesser. Lambs weigh from 112 to 129 pounds. 3 entries in the class, and your class is complete.
All in the barn for Nick Wilson for class 10. Here in the makeup arena.
Nice way to kick off the naturals. Young lady in the green here has got your class winner, and I think does so rather routinely. Just a really muscular, stout kind of a sheep that I still think proportions right from the side. He's got some athleticism just in terms of his look. You know, he's not perfect. His shoulder blade could be a little shorter. It could be a little leveler out of his hip, but I think if you're going to beat him because of that, you're looking for way too many excuses, because that's just a really darn good sheep. He wins and does so quick. I think the sheep that go 2-3 are similar from the aspect of their builds, are pretty similar. The difference for me is the sheep in second is better to the touch. His rack and loin edge are fresher, and I actually think the shape of his hip is stouter. If you want to get into the nitty-gritty of it, as it relates to build, in motion, that sheep's top line maintains itself better. That one reads more up in terms of his chest floor. I like the sheep right here in terms of his levelness of hip. Still think he's got some extension, some length up front. He's probably the narrowest out of the back of his shoulder, and from behind, got to pick him up in his chest and drop him in his flank line, make him a little bit more comfortable on the go. Nice set of 3, though. Congrats to those kids.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Leah Stengel. Second to Josie Jones, and third to Eliza Tregesser. Now ready for class number 9. Class number 9, our last class of natural colors. 2 entries in the class. Entries are being shown by Henley Hill and Hayden Stevens. 2 entries in the class ranging from 144 to 160 pounds. 144 to 161 pounds. 2 entries in the class, and the class is complete.
Good pair of them for sure, and I think they both have a lot of quality. Sheep up front just takes it to a different level in terms of just raw power and spread. That sheep is manly, but yet still got the right kind of look and build. I think compared to the you had earlier, he's got the better hind leg, which is what we need. He reads athletic, still does it while being burly. Nice sheep to win. One that comes out in 2, I think if you're in a different class at a different place, that sheep's going to get some looks because he's tall fronted. He breeds a level in terms of his top line and hip. Hind leg works good. Compared to our class winner, bottom line, not enough of him. Got to stouten him up, coming and going, give him a shot more dimension because unfortunately he runs out of horsepower. Nice pair of them, though. Congrats once again.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Hayden Stevens, and second to class to Henley Hill. We now should be ready to show for champion and reserve champion natural colored market lamb. From class number 8, standing in first, we have Leah Stengel. In second, class number 8, Josie Jones. Class number 9 in first, we have Hayden Stevens. And in second, class 9, we have Henley Hill, showing for champion and reserve champion natural colored.
Not a ton of them, but I still think they're good. And I think I can say that for both sides of the line. They represent quality. They represent the right kind of meat animal shape you got to have to be a market animal. And then once you get through that, find the one that hits you the hardest as a show sheep. I think from that regard, I think it's pretty clear cut who champion in reserve needs to be. Young lady out of that second class will have your champion. Young lady out of the first class will be reserve.
Josie.
No, no. Hayden and Leah.
Now in the arena, we have a single class of Oxford Market Lambs, a single class, class number 10. 2 entries in the class, made by shown by Talon Ham and Megan Wilson. 2 entries in the class, weighing in at 124 and 136 pounds, and your class is complete.
I think another really good class. And though there's only 2, I think Gentleman's got your class winner rather routine. I think comparatively of the 2, he's just more intriguing from the side. He's got a neater look. His symmetry of skeleton is better. I like his just his quality of structure down low. And yet with that, watch the sheep go around. His hips bigger. He reads sounder up high. That's a nice sheep to be champion. One that comes out in reserve, really long and extended kind of a sheep that's still tall at the point of his shoulder. I like how his hind leg works. Need to tweak his top line ever so slightly in motion. But I think the big reason for me he winds up reserve in this breed, don't know if he's just broad enough out of the back of his shoulder. Step in behind him and watch him go. He's got to be stouter through the inner part of his leg. His outer portion could stand to be stouter as well. Nice pair, though. Once again, gentleman will be champion. Young lady will be reserved. Congrats.
Congratulations, your class winner and champion Oxford Market Lamb goes to Talon Ham. And second in the class and reserve champion to Megan Wilson. We're now in the arena. We have a single class of Shropshires. Single class of Shropshires, 2 entries in the class being shown by Josie Baines and Houston McLean. 2 entries in the class. They're weighing in at 132 and 151 pounds.
Another good class, going to leave them like this stand. Young lady will have your breed champ. I think comparatively of the 2, we've said it a lot today, and I know I sound like a broken record, but just in terms of once you got muscle, who's the next best show sheep, or who is the best show sheep, excuse me, I think it's the one up front. I think he's tall-shouldered, he's jet level, good hind leg, chest is up in him. That's just my speed. One that comes out in 2s, maybe a little bigger in terms of his back and his cage, probably a little stouter from behind. Still think with that, obviously he's a little heavier weight. We study him from the side. I think his maturity is kind of working up through the shape of his neck and down through his chest. Don't know if he handles just his top line is perfectly in motion, but a great pair of them to go 1-2. Let's congratulate those kids on a job well done.
Congratulations, your class winner and champion Shropshire goes to Josie Baines. Your reserve champion goes to Houston McLean. Now in the arena, we have a single class of Southdown Market Lambs, class number 12. 2 entries in the class being shown by Brandon Hudoff and Carly Naylor. 2 entries in the class with weights of 91 and 105 pounds. Class 13 and 14.
So I think you can go a couple different ways just in terms of how they line up. Just to tell you what I see, the sheep up front's good looking. I like his skeleton and athleticism. Probably needs a little bit more to him up high and from behind. Ewe right here's another one in my mind that's got the right kind of look, right kind of proportions. I think her distinct advantage in this class is up high. Loin edge is bigger, rack square. I think she's a little bit more dimensional. Young lady will have your champion. Gentlemen will have reserve in the downers.
Congratulations, your class winner and champion Southdown goes to Carly Naylor. Second in the class, your reserve champion Southdown, Braden Hudoff. Now entering the arena, we have the first of two classes of Suffolk. First of two classes of Suffolks. One entry in the class, weighing 105 pounds, shown by Leona Fair.
Single entry on the Suffolk side, and one that is actually pretty surprising when you get your hands on him. His hide is thin, shape is really aggressive. He's got muscle for sure. You know, from the ideal, could square him up as he goes away in terms of his hind leg. Still think his sheep to me that just from a balance standpoint, we could clean up from the side. But muscularity-wise, that sheep's actually got a lot of value. I like that one's trimness. Young lady, you've done a good job of rebounding after it wanted to. I think that one was ready to go home. You said, no, I got a show. You got it figured out. You're doing a good job now. Just keep up the hard work moving forward. Congrats to that young lady. Let's put our hands together for her.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Leona Fair. Now entering the arena, we have class number 14, our second of two classes of Suffolk. One entry being shown by Leona Fair, and a second entry by Maylee Hutchinson. These lambs weigh 147 and 149 pounds.
Good pair of them. And I think our last class of Suffolks, I like the blue-colored sheep to win. I think his advantage to me is just balance, but more importantly, I do think he's stouter. I think his muscle shape and dimension is broader, it's stouter, and I just think his skeleton's probably more in line. Sheep that winds up second, still good. I think one to me that's got some reach out of his front end. He's tall at the point of his shoulder, and still one to me that in terms of trimness and squareness of shape, definitely no denying that one. I probably get a little harder on that one from the side. A little rounder out of his hip. Probably gets his hind leg a little up underneath him more than I'd like. But I think a really nice pair to represent our last class of Suffolks. Let's congratulate those two young ladies on a job well done.
Which one did he go with? 2-1. 2-1.
Class winner goes to Maylee Hutchinson, and second in class, Leona Fair. We're now ready to come back and show for champion and reserve champion Suffolk Market Lamb.
We got our Suffolks back out here, and like I said, I think in terms of just muscle and texture and carcass quality, these sheep have a lot of good. Once again, we start thinking about who fits us the best from this side. I guess it kind of makes sense to me where to go for champion and reserve. Young lady with the blue sheep will be champion. We'll follow up with the sheep that was second in that class for reserve Suffolk. Congrats to these three on a job well done.
Congratulations, your champion Suffolk Market Lamb goes to Maylee Hutchinson, and your reserve champion to Leona Fair. We are now starting class 15, our black-face commercial market lambs. We'll have a total of 5 classes of these black-face commercials. In this first class, class number 15, we have 3 entries being shown by Brantley Plunkett, Braden Hudoff, and Leona Fair. These 3 entries weigh from 112 to 119 pounds. 3 entries and your class is complete.
Good way to kick off our blackface part of the show. And gentlemen's got your class winner up front. I think relative to what we've got out here, that's the one to me that's got some looks, some skeleton, and some proportion. And yet from behind the sheep, he's still the best in the shape of his hip, the crease of his back. I think he wins and does so pretty easy. Sheep that comes out into a really good bodied ewe that's practical and moderate in terms of her build. You know, to me, probably just a little plainer in terms of her shape, maybe a little off in terms of her front end assembly, but I still think that sheep's got quality. And then the weather that wraps us up is probably longer up front, a little cleaner in his breastplate. To me, he gets up in his top line, a little off in his hind leg, and I still think, though he has the advantage from a trimness standpoint, don't know if he's just massive enough going away. Nice class, though, to start us off. Congrats to those 3.
Congratulations, your class winner, Braden Hudoff. Second in the class, Brantley Plunkett. And third in the class, Leona Fair. Now should be ready for class number 16. Class number 16, 3 entries in the class, being shown by Brantley Plunkett, Griffin Ham, and Lame Not Conley. 3 entries in the class ranging from 120 to 128 pounds. Well, at this time, I'd like to thank our 2026 Monroe County Sheep Club sponsors. I'll let the judge do his talking, and we'll go through them.
Good class 3 out here. Gentleman right here is going to be your class winner. I think of the 3, he's the freshest in terms of his handling quality, but most importantly, he's just more my speed from the side. He's attractive up front. He's good in his skeleton. You know, he's a little more open in his shoulder, but I still think fundamentally that sheep proportions right, skeleton's inbounds. I think a nice place to start. Gentleman right here is going to have your second place sheep. You know, that sheep is rounder in terms of his forearm. I like the drop of his flank. Really one that's got some good turn to the lower portion of his hip. To me, one that's a little more jammed up in terms of his front end. Need to lengthen him out of his hip. One to me that's just a little soft to the touch. Sheep that winds up in third is Trimmer. And I'll be honest with you, he's got as much real shape and muscle quality as any. To me, it's his look from the side that gets him in trouble. He's a little rounder off both ends, a little frailer in terms of his bone work. Just don't know if he proportions as nicely as the top 2, but a great way to wrap up that class with a really muscular one. Young man did a nice job. Congrats to those 3.
Congratulations. Class winner goes to Griffin Ham. Second to class, Brantley Plunkett. And third in the class to Liam Conley. We now have our third class of blackface commercials in the arena, class number 17. 3 entries in the class being shown by Garrett Goodwin, Miley Burks, Jalen Goodwin. 3 entries in the class ranging from 133 to 138 pounds, and your class is complete. Would at this time like to thank our sponsors of tonight's show. Picket Fence Real Estate, Mr. Amber Zyke, Naylor Trucking, LLC, BJ McElroy, Hall's Greenhouse, R.H. Marlin, Excavating, Cambry Robinson, Hill Family Farms, Hollers Welding, and 6120 Candles. Thank you all for the sponsors of tonight's show. Let's support these local businesses, folks.
Another good class. A lot of differences for sure. And I'll be the first to tell you, I don't know if there's one that just necessarily runs away with it from one aspect or the other. But the thing that I am confident with is the young lady's ewe is just the most fault-free. I think fundamentals of that sheep are right. That thing's got muscle, is dense, and still proportions good enough from the side. Is she perfect? No. We talked about it in the ewe show earlier. We got to fix her top line, her front end. But I still think relative to what's out here, she's got the most good. Young lady in the black shirt is going to be 2, and I know he's being a little bit of a booger to get shown, but that sheep is probably the most impressive on the handle. His hydration, the shape of just his top line and his hip are pretty good. You know, is he perfect in terms of structure? No. His hind leg needs to move better. Top line needs to relax, but that sheep's still long-fronted. Still think he reads athletic enough. Sheep that comes out in thirds, rounder bodied, softer down through the mid portion of its body cavity. I like that one's hind leg better. Same time, just a little plain from the side in terms of look. I think when you get up and handle that one's loin edge, just a little rounder in terms of its shape, a little plainer down through the base of its leg. Nice trio of them. Congrats to those kids.
Congratulations. Your class winner goes to Jalen Goodwin. Second in the class, Miley Burks. And third in the class to Garrett Goodwin. We now have class 18 coming into the arena. We have 1 scratch in the class, so it'll only be 4 entries. Entries are being shown by Adeline Allman, Leah Stangl, Brody Nichols, and Marin Conley 4 entries in the class ranging from 142 to 145 pounds.
Nice class. I like the pair of them up top, but the sheep with the birthmark, to me, once you get past the fact that both of them are muscular and fresh, his skeleton's just a little more in line. He's taller necked. He's better in his chest and lower body attachment. I like the bend and sculpt of his hind leg better. I just think his proportions hit me a little harder from the side and in motion. You know, the sheep in two, I think he gets in a different class and he probably wins because that thing is mongo backed and big ended. Love his rib cage, love his density at the surface. To me, compared to a class winner, I call his shoulder a little broader. Top line needs to be better in motion. A lot of that's because he doesn't necessarily handle his hip and hind leg as comfortably. That's a really good sheep, though, that winds up in second. The young man's done a nice job. Sheep over here, I like his look and skeleton for sure. He's good balance. I think the quality of his hind leg is right. Don't know if there's enough up high. I think of the top three, he rounds the most over his top in terms of his shape. Little plainer down through the base of his hip, but a good built, good skeleton one that's got to power up. Young lady's sheep right here is really good to the touch in terms of just firmness and texture. I like his muscle quality. For me, though, I think one that we start studying build. He's a little thicker in terms of his pelt, a little rounder in terms of his build. Need to clean him up in his chest and his hind leg to move up. But a really nice pair of four, though. Those kids did a heck of a job getting them pieced together.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Leah Stengel. Second to class, Brody Nichols. Third to Adeline Allman. And fourth to Marin Conley. We now have in the arena our last class of Blackface Commercial Market Lambs, class number 19. I have 5 entries in the class being shown by Garrett Goodwin, Mason Burks, Hayden Stevens, Reagan Clark, and Brian Conley. 5 entries in the class ranging from 150 to 164 pounds. And your class is complete.
Start calling all the first and seconds. And we're doing first and second.
Nice way to wrap us up. And Sheep that wins once again does so in a big way. Good looking, really, really massive in terms of his back and just his the shape of his hip. Like I said, he looks like an athlete from the side. When he first walked in, he's a little weird off of his rear step, but I think the longer that we're out here, the better that he's got as the drives kind of wore on. That look right there, guys, though, is very, very good. Like I said, he wins. Don't think long. You can have some conversation, I guess, between 2 and 3. You know, the Sheep that winds up second, he's probably a little thicker necked, a little rounder shouldered, but where he absolutely dominates 3 is on the handle. He is so much better in his hide, rack, and loin edge. I think his hip reads bigger. I think the shape of his outer leg is just more massive. Compared to our class winner, like I said, not as crazy to look at from the side, but man, that's a power Sheep that handles like one. Just need him to be a little neater in terms of his front end. Sheep that comes out in third, I know young man kind of got tossed around, but he's stuck with it. He's gotten better, and I think that's the important part. I love this Sheep in terms of height of neck and shape of chest. Good top line, good hind leg. Need a little bit more of him today. He's not just the burliest thing, right, in terms of his rack. Don't know if he's just as stout down through the base of his leg, but I like his skeleton. When he decides to open up and stouten up, that's when that Sheep's best day is going to be. Like I said, really nice one, lines up in third. Gentleman over here has got a power Sheep that's dimensional and stout. I call him just a little rounder in terms of his skeleton, a little lower in his neck set, a little off in terms of right out of his hip and dock. Need to pick him up on his rear feet. Lamb that wraps us up. Good lower body shape. Probably a little better in terms of balance from the side, in terms of flank forward. From the flank back, we got to make her leveler out of her hip. I think more importantly than that, she needs more real shape, more tone, more texture to slide up any higher. Great way to wrap up the Blackface Crosses. Let's congratulate all of our kids.
From that class number 19, placings were Reagan Clark in first, second, Hayden Stevens, third, Mason Burks, fourth, Brian Conley, and fifth, Garrett Goodwin. We are now ready to show for champion blackface commercial market lamb. From class number 15, we had Braden Hudoff. Standing behind Braden in second, we have Brantley Plunkett, I apologize. In class 16, first, we have Griffin Ham. Standing in second behind Griffin, we have Brantley Plunkett. Class 17, first place, we have Jalen Goodwin. Standing behind Jalen in second, we have Miley Burks. From class 18, in first, we have Leah Stengel. In second, we have Brody Nichols. And class 19, in first, we have Reagan Clark. Standing behind her in second, we have Hayden Stevens. And the class is yours, sir.
Let's put our hands together for our crossbred exhibitors once again. I think we've got a good set out here. Differences for sure, but I still think quality. And I think if you're sitting ringside, you can find things you like for sure amongst both sides of the line. You know, for me as a show judge, I'll be frank, there's two sheep alike. They're going to be champion and reserve. I think it's very clear cut, and I think they just fit me the best. They're both the best built ones. And then the one that wins is just on a different level in terms of freshness, high quality, muscularity. I think he just handles this thing rather routine. I'll set the mic down, show your champion reserve Blackface one more time. Let's show these kids some love.
Congratulations, your champion Blackface Commercial Market Lamb goes to Reagan Clark. And your reserve champion Blackface Commercial Market Lamb, Leah Stengel. We are now into class number 20. Class number 20. It's the first of two classes of white-faced commercial market lambs. First of two classes, two entries in the class, being shown by Madeline Johnson and Caitlin Goodwin. The two entries weigh 119 and 120 pounds.
I'm going to leave them like they came in. Young lady up front's going to have your class winner. I think that one, to me, from a trimness aspect, is more in line. But more importantly than that, I think that one's skeleton is more fault-free. I think that one's hind leg works better. Still reads appropriate in terms of her shape and dimension up high. You know, the sheep that comes out in second, if you want to talk rib cage, flank line, and heaviness of feature, that's the advantage for that sheep for sure. Same time, a little deeper in terms of its chest. Got to make that one square out of its hip. I want that one to be trimmer and harder to the touch to go ahead and slide up and win. But a really nice pair of white-faced cross for sure. Let's congratulate those two young ladies on a job well done.
Congratulations. Class number 20 winner goes to Caitlin Goodwin. And second in the class to Madeline Johnson. We're now ready for class number 21. Class 21 have two entries in the class, being shown by Madeline Johnson and an entry by Kyle Vinsel. Two entries in the class, weighing 127 and 134 pounds. This is the second of two classes of the white-faced commercial market lambs.
Good pair of them to wrap up our white-face cross. Young lady with the white bow is going to have your class winner. I think that sheep, to me, from a balance aspect, is more attractive from the side, but also with that from a composition and just cover aspect. That one's more in bounds for me. I like that one's hip shape. I like her skeleton. I think that sheep does a lot of things right. Young ladies, it comes out in two, really good in terms of just forearm shape, rib cage, flank line. Still reads stout in terms of his bone work. Similar to what we just talked about. I still think a sheep that to me is probably just a little past his prime in terms of cover. Handles a little softer. Once again, need to thin him up in his neck, clean him up in his chest, but a really high quality sheep to wind up in second. Congrats to those two young ladies once again. They did a really nice job.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Kyle Vinsel. And second to class, Madeline Johnson. We should now be ready to show for champion and reserve champion white-faced commercial market lamb. From class number 20 in first, we had Caitlin Goodwin. Standing behind Caitlin in second, we should have Madeline Johnson. From class number 21 in first, Kyle Vinsel. And standing second, class 21, Madeline Johnson, showing for champion and reserve champion white-faced commercial market lambs. Madeline Johnson. Madeline Johnson, would you bring your second place animal back, please? Thank you.
Nice group of them out here, and these four are out here doing a good job getting them pieced together. You know, in terms of champion and reserve, I just try to stick to what we've done all day. Find the ones that are fresh, and then pick your favorite from the side. I think when you do that, it shakes out pretty quick in my mind. Young lady with the white bow is going to have your champion. Young lady out of class 1 is going to have reserve.
Congratulations. Your champion white-faced commercial market lamb goes to Kyle Vinsel. And your reserve champion white-faced commercial market animal goes to Caitlin Goodwin. Go talk to him.
Just one entry, we can pull it out in front.
Do what?
Since it's just one entry, we can pull it out in front of the others.
tell them we're going to do pair of market lambs. I got one announcement to make. I apologize. I slipped up. I've messed up before, and I'm probably messed up again. I was supposed to bring in our pair of market lambs. I apologize right now. As soon as the grand drive is over, nope, not yet. No, not yet. We're not doing pairs yet. Oh, she's okay. My apologies. I think we had all of our pair lambs up here. I slipped up. I sent out our grand drive. He and I have talked. I'm going to take the blame, and I'm going to let him do our grand drive. And once again, I'm sorry to everybody. He's going to do our grand drive. We'll do grand reserve, third, fourth, and fifth. And then we will go to our pair of market lambs. From our Dorsets, we have Kyle Vinsel. Reserve behind Kyle was Mason Johnson. Hampshire's champion was Reagan Clark. Reserve champion was Adeline Ham. Katahdin champion was Cheyenne Lyons. And reserve champion, Cheyenne Lyons. Natural color, Hayden Stevens, champion. Leah Stengel, reserve champion, natural color. Oxford, Talon Ham, reserve champion, Oxford. Megan Wilson. Shropshire, champion Josie Baines, reserve champion Houston McCain. Southdown, champion Carly Naylor, reserve champion Braden Hudoff. Suffolk, Maylee Hutchinson, and reserve champion Suffolk Leona Fair. Blackface commercial Reagan Clark. Reserve champion blackface commercial Leah Stengel. Whiteface champion Kyle Vinsel. Reserve champion Caitlin Goodwin. Home Farm Born champion McCoy Vinsel. And reserve champion Home Farm Born Josie Baines. Folks, let's put our hands together for these kids. They've worked hard to get here tonight, and we need to really put our hands together for them.
I thought the U show was very good, but I will tell you right now, I've been doing this for a while. And I will tell you the two that I'm about to use for champion and reserve are probably the highest quality sheep that I've probably seen at a county fair. And I don't think it's very close. Kudos to the family that put both of these animals together because I think they're very special. Obviously, we got bigger battles ahead, but I think they're special. And I think there's some dang good sheep that are going to wind up 3, 4, and 5. Like I said, the depth and the quality of this show has been fun. And I promise I wasn't trying to move fast, but also I think if you ask anybody that knows me, when I get in a groove, I try not to stop because I keep boogieing and keep rolling. I know we still got showmanship to do, but I still want to say thank you guys for trusting me enough to come up here and give my opinion of the sheep. And here's the thing that I will tell you. There's going to be people that leave here tonight that are mad, that are upset, and hey, I get it. Like, I've done this for a long time on both sides, and getting beat is not fun. There's no way around it. I hate losing, and I know that when you get beat, it stinks. Unfortunately, I only get to pick one champion, so everybody else probably going to be upset. The one thing I hope you can leave here knowing is I gave every kid a fair shake. I was honest. I sorted them how I wanted to. And I kept my eyes focused on what actually matters. And ironically enough, that's not the sheep. That's the kids. I tried to, like I said, tried to do everything in my power to give every kid that walked into this ring an opportunity to excel. And I think the fact that we had some kids that got kind of jumbled up with their sheep and came back and rebounded says that we did that right. The last thing that I'm going to say, and I'll save, I guess, another speech for showmanship. We'll cut it in half now. You can hate me for this. You can love me for this. I don't care. Young people, I want you to pay attention. If you didn't like anything I said tonight, this is the one thing that you need to take away. There's only one thing that matters in life, and that is getting to know God. I don't care if it's cool. I don't care if it's not cool. There's going to be trials and tribulations that you will face in your life, and I promise you, there is no earthly thing that can answer every one of those trials and tribulations. Give it to God. Get grounded in your faith. If someone makes fun of you, you don't need them in your corner. With that, I'm putting the mic down. I'm showing you a top 5. It's been a lot of fun.
Congratulations on your top 5 at 2026 Monroe County Fair Lamb Show, Sheep Show, excuse me. Grand Champion 2026, Reagan Clark. Reserve Grand Champion 2026, Reagan Clark. 3rd overall, Hayden Stevens. 4th overall, Leah Stengel. And 5th overall, Josie Baines. Let's put our hands together one more time for all these exhibitors in this drive. Going right into showmanship. My apologies again. I keep forgetting Para Market Labs. We have one entry in the Para Market Lambs, Leona Fair. And Leona, I want to be personally apologize for slipping up a while ago. You were very patient. Thank you.
I know we've only got one pair of them out here, but I think both of them are awfully good. We've talked about them earlier, and I talked about just how good they are in their muscle pattern, their shape, their trimness. Just from a carcass quality standpoint, those sheep have a lot of good, very balanced, very symmetrical in terms of their kind. Really nice pair. Like I said, apologize for the slip up. We got moving quick, but I will tell you this. There's a reason that gentleman's been up there for over 20 years because he cares about the kids. He ran down here and said, hey, we got to make sure we give these kids their opportunity, and that's why we're doing it. So it's important. I know he said, I'm sorry, but understand he came down and said, hey, let's make it right. And I think that speaks volumes for him as a human. So let's congratulate these kids. Gentleman running the mics doing an incredible job. Let's put our hands together for him. And we'll get ready to take some pictures and move into showmanship.
Congratulations, your pair of Market Lambs goes to Leona Fair. We're now going to take, before we go into showmanship, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Champions, pictures here in front of the announcer stand. 15-minute break. It is 8:35, we'll say, so 8:50, we will start showmanship. First year showmanship at 8:50. I do believe we are ready for first year showmanship. First year showmanship means this 4-H member, this is their first year in the Sheep Club. They can be anywhere from 3rd through 12th grade, but they are a first year showman. Our first year showman, we have Mason Burks, Bristol Condor, Graham Luck, Ruby Macarat Tapp, Ava Reinert, and Eliza Tregeser. My apology, we have 4 entries in the class.
I think a fun way to kick showmanship off. Obviously, first year in this, and the thing that I'm going to tell you is I was not this good when it was my first year. Honestly, I was quite the opposite. I was pretty terrible. And the exciting part to me is the 4 of them we've got out here are doing a lot of things right already. And I think that's a huge component of it. In terms of getting you a champion in reserve, I think it gets close, and I think you got things you got to navigate through. I guess for me, what I'm looking for is who comes out here, gets some piece together from the side, maintains it in motion. And I guess when you start thinking about those things, there's probably a pair of them that do sort up for me. I'll go show you who your champion in reserve is, but one time, let's make sure we put our hands together for these first-year showmen on an incredible job.
Congratulations. Your champion goes to Ava Reinert, and reserve champion to Eliza Tregeser. We should now be ready for our junior showman. Our junior showman, grades 3 through 5. Grades 3 through 5. Looks like I have a class of 4. My apology, class of 5.
Believe we've got 2 heats of junior showmen, so we'll keep a couple of back out of each heat and then work through them again. I guess when we bring these 5 out, there's probably 3 of them today that fit me the best. They'll come back for champion and reserve overall honors. We're going to bring a young lady up front back, gentleman behind her, young lady right here. Those will be the 3 that come back. Young lady right here with the white U, I tell you, you're doing a lot of things right. Got to work on getting our body more in front of that sheep to get a harder brace. When we get her out in motion, keeping her calm, keeping her cool, keeping her collected in terms of what she's doing. Gentleman down here, I know that one wanted to fight you a little bit and bounce on you. Stay confident, stay calm, keep on moving, and be confident in your ability to get it done. I know a lot of times we sit here and think about, am I doing it right? 90 to 95% of the time you are. Just be confident. I think that's the biggest thing I can tell you to take away. Good group, though. Congrats to those 3 that made it back.
Now ready for our second class of junior showman. Second class of junior showman, class number 3. I do believe I have only 5 entries.
We got our second heat out here, and once again, going to keep a few just in terms of the ones that probably hit me a little harder when they first came in, maintain that throughout the duration. I'm going to bring the three young ladies back out of this heat. That to me, I think that first impression when they came in was probably a little stronger. Gentlemen, young man right here has rebounded the longer that we're out here. This is the best look of that you that we've got since you've been out here. If we can get that a little earlier, a little quicker, be a little bit more confident on the lead, I'd probably go ahead and pull you. Gentleman right here, just got to work on getting that weather, just get his feet and legs set up, get up in front of him, get him driving, because right now he's tired, he's pulling down, not necessarily wanting to cooperate. But an excellent group, top to bottom. Like I said, we'll bring the three young ladies back. We'll get ready to work into a champion and reserve overall junior showman.
We are now coming back in to show for champion junior showmanship.
Awesome group of young kids, and to be doing it at the level they are this young, it's exciting. It gets me fired up. It makes me realize, hey, this thing's in good shape moving forward. Young lady with the blue sheep, though, as soon as she walked in, I knew. She gave me one look, and that's all it took, and said it. And she didn't say it, but her eyes said, if you don't pick me, you're dumb. And I'm not dumb, because I picked you. But on a real note, your level of intensity, your drive, your brace, how you compose that sheep from the side, it's been good all night. And honestly, I think it's gotten even better the longer the nights went. You've got that sheep painted like they need to from the side. Like I said, that first look, that first impression was strong, and she matched it the longer that we were out here. Young lady that winds up in second. I love your hand posture. I love how you position yourself in front of that sheep. You are a feet and leg perfectionist. I love it. Why? Because you want those things to be set up right all the time. And it's awesome. And like the fact that you're able to do it and still get a nice image of that you from the side is good. I thought the young lady in front of you probably got a little harder brace than what you did today. And I think if we could get that sheep to drive a little harder up into you, it's going to help you moving forward. I also thought when we first come in, she probably was just a little more consistent, a little bit more thorough, a little bit more intense. But man, you have really highlighted what you're good at the longer that we're out here. That image right there is awfully, awfully good. Young lady right here, when you first came in, I'll be honest with you, I contemplated putting you second because I think how you're able to put your body in front of that sheep, get that one going uphill. I'm a big fan. Longer we're out here, the more that our front feet get off. We got to get those things squared up. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if it's necessarily your fault. I think it's the fact that ewe's just getting tired and it's ready to go back to the pen and chill. Like I said, I think if she had a little bit more gas in her tank and would help you, I don't think feet and legs would be a problem. That image right there, though, is very, very good. Young lady over here, man, when you first came out, I was like, hey, we're cooking. I'm ready. You got a brace. We brought you back in, and that sheep just hasn't wanted to help you. It's kind of shut down, not really wanting to drive, and it's unfortunate because here's the thing that I do know. You're a good showman. Your teammate didn't help you out. And unfortunately, showmanship is about, hey, can my teammate help me get there? The thing that I'm going to tell you, go home, keep doing what you're doing. Let's hope next time he helps you out a little more the longer that we're out here, because if he does, you're right there with him pretty quick. Young lady right here with the Dorset Weather, I tell you, when we first came in, I could sense some nerves. I could sense some, let's do this. The longer that we're out here, the better she's getting. That's the best look we've probably got of that weather since we've been out here. Our feet and legs, especially our back legs, are probably the best set that we've been. We still got to work on getting our front feet squared up, but I like how you're positioning yourself in front of that sheep, getting it to drive. Just got to be a little quicker to the punch compared to some of those other kids. Man, future is bright. Gentlemen over here, little guy, big sheep. That's a tough combo. Buddy, you've stuck with it. I got you to smile. We're going to call that a win. They like it. Keep on smiling. There we go. My deal, though, is even with a big sheep, somehow you have been able to keep control. You've stayed in front of that sheep. You haven't let go, and that alone needs to be commended, because I've been to a lot of shows in a lot of different states that kids my size couldn't handle that sheep. The fact that you've stuck with it, kept going, and still got a pretty good image from the side is impressive. Things to work on at home. Obviously, getting that sheep to calm down, let you get his feet squared up. I think if we make those tweaks and adjustments, I think that heat gets even closer. You're right in there with the girls and giving them a run for their money. That was an awesome group of juniors, though. Let's put our hands together for these kids.
Congratulations, your champion junior showman, Leah Stengel. And your reserve champion junior showman, Addison Bueller. Now in the arena, we have class number 5. Class number 5, our intermediate showman. It will be a single class of intermediates. We have a class of 7 entries. 7 entries in the intermediates. This will also show the champion and reserve champion intermediate showman. While Taylor is judging this class of showmen, I once again want to thank you, Taylor Langford from Knoxville, Tennessee, for coming up and spending your evening with us here in Bloomington, Indiana. Folks, he's been great to work with, very understandable. So, Taylor, thank you. Let's put our hands together for him one more time.
Awfully good set of showmen for sure, and I think quality is deep. I will tell you, a young lady does win, and the misconception that I often get asked when I judge county fairs is, well, does she win showmanship because she won the show? No, she wins showmanship because she could have brought a Pomeranian out here and won. It always gets me fired up because here's the thing I know. The amount of hours that go in behind the scenes, it's disrespectful when it is diminished because someone has success. My deal is most of the people that are doing well, regardless of state, regardless of where we're at, if you'd ask them for help, they'd probably help you. So instead of bashing them, say, hey, how do you get yours to look like that? Because I guarantee you there's a lot of people, and the thing that I will say, the people here have been really nice. Maybe you're putting a front on, I don't know. But you guys have been nice. Man, if there's kids doing something that you like, and this goes for the young kids, go ask that kid, how did you do this? How did you do that? And if they're not willing to do it, beat them. Just beat them. That's the quickest way to make them be quiet. So I get really worked up doing showmanship because I want kids to realize that I don't care how they did in the show. It's earned. What you do out here is earned. And I'm sorry I'm on a soapbox, but I traveling around the country, I hear way too much social media stuff. I'm going to use the kid that fits me the best, and that is this young lady. That image right there is awesome. She's good in motion. She puts that sheep in the right spot every time. And she's quick, and that sheep doesn't move. There's a good working relationship there. That's why she wins. Congrats, young lady. You've done a heck of a job all day. I think it's close between 2 and 3. And I'm going to tell you, young lady, where you win is on the brace. I think you get more drive out of that weather. I think you get him to plant and push. Now, where the young lady has you beat at times is in motion and feet and legs. But I also think that she's not flawless from that standpoint, so you got to weigh some positives and negatives. There's times you give an image from a side that I'm a big fan of, and then what does he do? He pulls down and backs out of it. We got to get that sheep to work a little harder, hit another gear and just work, because that image right there, that makes sense. That's why you're second. Young lady ahead of you was probably a little more consistent throughout. that image right there will get a judge to look. I don't care if it's me, whoever. That look right there will get you in business. You got to follow it from a consistency standpoint. The young lady that's in third, very good in motion. And I'm normally a big advocate of motion because I think you can make a really good sheep look really bad if you don't know what you're doing in motion. I always say it is poetry in motion. How these things move has got to match how the brace looks. In motion, you're awesome. When we get over to the side, I actually think there's times we get them bunched up, we get our front legs off. We got to be a little quicker in terms of how we're getting things going. And though you're good in motion, I am going to give you a piece of advice. She's quick. I think you know that. She likes to go fast. We got to get her to kind of drop a gear, go a little slower, because there's times she wants to arch her spine up ever so slightly. But man, that look right there, that's probably the best view I've had yet. Got to still get our feet and legs put where we need to up front, but a really good one to wind up in third. Gentleman that comes out in 4. Man, you just come out here and just go to work. And like, I call it where I'm from, I'm a hillbilly, so I can say it. I call it a blue collar approach. You just get in there and do it. You don't ask how, you don't ask why, you just do it. And the thing is, it worked. Because when you walked in, I was like, he had some issues during the show. Let's see if he cleaned it up. You walked that sheep over here, got it stuck, walked around, got it stuck. There are some times you maybe get back legs a little too spread out, maybe too extended. That's some things I'd clean up. I think the thing that you're going to have to do to take that next jump, you have a blue collar approach, which I love. I need a blue collar approach with intensity. Because, man, when you flip that, so do you play sports? What do you play? You wrestle, dog? I did too. If you went on to the wrestling match and was like, well, I'm here to wrestle, let's do this, are you probably going to win? Come in here intense like you're about to pin someone. All right? Come in here intense. Show us what you got to do in boogie, because there's a lot of fundamentals that are right. Young lady right here, I tell you, I like your body posture and how you're keeping yourself in front of that sheep. Bottom line, he's got tired. He's kind of jumbled his back legs. You've had to fight him a little bit. I don't know if that sheep just wanted to brace once we got back out here. I think if he does, you move up. I just don't know if we got as hard of a push as what we saw on the ones ahead of you. But I love how you're getting things presented right here from the side. There were a couple times when your butt was facing this way with the sheep that you got some feet and legs out of place. Just be cognizant of what's going on underneath. Gentlemen right here, you've got better as the days went on. And I mean that sincerely. When you first came in, it was a little squirrely. After that, we got a little chipmunky. No, I'm just kidding. But you've just gotten better. And I think the thing that gets you in trouble today, you knew what you wanted to do. Your teammate's done. He's ready to go back to the pen, drink some water, eat some hay, and that way you can go get a corn dog. That's just how it is. He's kind of worn out. He's not really wanting to do his job. Get your teammate to work a little harder next time, and if he does, I think you can be in the mix fast for sure. Young lady right here, I like your eye contact. I like your intensity. I like what you're doing. There's times that sheep got a little too stretched out. We got to make sure we keep them pieced together. I think a lot of it's similar to what I just said. Sheep's tired, pulling down, wanting to do some funny things. We get more into that sheep, get that one going. I think we're going to like the result better next time. You're a heck of a showman. Keep on working hard. Let's hope that helps you out more next time. Congrats to those kids again.
Congratulations, your champion junior showman goes to Reagan Clark, and reserve champion Henley Hill. We are now ready for our senior showmanship. I apologize, that was intermediate showman. Our senior showmanship. I have 7 entries in the class, senior showman. Would like to once again thank our sponsors. I've slipped up on that a little bit tonight, but we're going to get through it again. Picket Fence Real Estate, Miss Amber Zyke. Naylor Trucking, LLC. BJ McElroy. Hall's Greenhouse. RH Marlin Excavating. Canby Robeson. Hill Family Farms. Hollers Welding. And 6120 Candles. Let's put our hands together for all these sponsors to make all these awards possible tonight. Thank you all very much. I do know they are still planning to start the goat show tomorrow at 8 a.m. Goat show is still set for 8 a.m. Because of the heat and humidity tomorrow, the beef show has been moved from 4, slid down to 6 p.m. Beef show will be at 6 p.m. instead of 4 tomorrow.
I believe this is our last bit of business for the end of the night. So once again, I just want to say thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. It's been a lot of fun. I apologize if you don't like my rants, but that's just me. For you guys that are in this senior division, I talked about God earlier. The last thing I'm going to leave you with is I imagine some of you are probably getting close to graduating. And you're probably sitting here saying, hey, I'm ready to go off and do my own thing, and that's all fine and well. I moved 19 hours from home, so I get it. I talked about God. There's 3 things that I tell my kids that I work with. I talk about the 3 F's. Faith is obviously part of that. But the other 2 is family and friends. Now, I left Georgia, moved a long way from home, thinking, no way I am ever going to get close to home. I am ready to be done. Why? Because my dad was hard on me. My mom was hard on me. I didn't know why. Now that I'm a little fatter, hair's a little thinner, I have a bald spot on my chin, I'm starting to realize, really glad they did that. And no matter how frustrated you get with your family, your friends, they're probably doing it for the right reason. If I can give you any advice, just be quiet and listen and learn. There's a lot of you that have been afforded the opportunity because you have family that invested in you to get a project, to do what you're doing. Thank them. Friends, there's a lot of people standing around the ring watching right now. Those are the people you need in your corner, not the ones that send you random Facebook or Instagram or whatever requests to be your friend. That's fake. And the other thing to remember is family doesn't have to be blood. Trust me, I know that. If it wasn't for my ag teacher, who knows what I'd be doing. But she invested in me. So make sure you thank those people and don't fight them. Listen, please. And yes, go out and do great things. And the last piece of advice, never accept no for an answer. If they say no, find someone that'll say yes. Prove them wrong. With that, we got 2 left on this side. I'm going to talk through them. We'll get you guys on your way, get you some fair food. I think this pair is awfully good. I got 1 showing down, 1 on the brace. Doesn't matter to me, just as long as they get presented the best. I think the one that has been the most consistent in terms of feet and legs, keeping their top line together, not getting them too stretched out. Young lady up front will be your champion. Young lady that comes out in second, obviously has flat out got that one braced and got her driving. I have to get nitpicky on that pair. I think there's times that U gets too stretched out for me. Knee rocks forward. We got to get things cleaned up. I think right now, and this is just being brutally honest, you can hate me for it, and that's okay. You rely on just popping into them, embracing them. On a sheep like that, get down, set legs, and get into them a little bit, because I think it'll keep that knee set back into her and keep things pieced together, because your hand control and that brace is impressive. If we can match it down low, I mean, it's going to be fun to watch. I know you've probably had a ton of success, and you're going to continue to do so. That's just my opinion. Take it for what it's worth, but you've done a heck of a job all night. Young lady that comes out in third. You've got a sheep that's small. You have to get down. I don't care. I mean, if you came out here and stood on your head and showed it, as long as it looked right, that's cool. I will say this. Front legs at times are a little sporadic in terms of where they need to be. I felt like the 2 ahead of you actually got their sheep to drive just a little harder. That's the little things I see. We clean those up. I'm probably still making a decision. But, man, you do a lot of things right. Fix those, and we're right there. Young lady right here. Intensity is awesome. I think how you get in here and work the ring in motion, I like. Bottom line, that U's tired. She's pulling down, and she's just shutting out. And unfortunately, it's put you in a weird situation, because you're having to fight feet and legs. When you get feet and legs right, then you're having to fight top line. When you got top line right, you have to go back to feet and legs. She just made it hard. And unfortunately, that's kind of the card that you draw today. Prove me wrong next time you're out. I hope you do. Like, I'm rooting for you. Let's hope she helps you a little more. But prove me wrong. I can live with that. I don't care. Hey, you end up where you did today. I hope I see something on social media that says you won showmanship. And if you do, I'm going to fist bump in the car and say, she proved me wrong. Get that sheep to work harder next time. Let's see what happens. Young lady right here that comes out next. I think the longer we're out here, the better you're getting in terms of keeping feet and legs where they need to be. There's times that you gets too sprawled out from behind. Back legs get out from underneath her. And I think when you do that, she kind of wants to get a little awkward in her top line. She kind of wants to rotate a little bit. And I think it's kind of some of the same comments I made on the last one. That sheep's tired. She's kind of shutting down. But I think you've stuck with it. I appreciate your drive, your work effort. Like I said, got to get things squared up from behind and get things pieced together. Young lady with the blue sheep. You know, when we come out here, I think you do an awesome job of keeping that thing's head high, attaching it high on the top of her shoulder. We got to study down low. That weather's feet and legs are just a little too jumbled up for me. We get our feet and legs where they need to be, and honestly, right there is probably the best they've been, and he just stepped into them. We keep him planted, get him driving. That's the image you want. Young lady that comes out next. It's unfortunate because I know what you want to do. Man, that sheep didn't want to help you. Holy smokes. He came in here and said, that guy's cologne smells terrible. I don't want to be near him. Okay? You know what happened. You know that he's being a booger. Go home, get a new personality, get a new attitude, and come back next time and do what you wanted to do, because you know what's right. That sheep is just being not very smart. But, man, that was an awesome group of seniors. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you again. God bless, and be safe going home.